Hey Froggy friends, Kirostyle here, welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. Thank you so much for joining me here on stream. Welcome in, Psycho Reaper, congratulations on being first. CB, welcome in. Kieran, it's good to see you. Timbit, hello, hello. Tsuki, hello, and Angora, welcome in. Cole, it's good to see you. Aru, hello, hello. Hope you're all doing well today. Yesterday, we got almost halfway through episode 2, The Captive Turnabout. And we're gonna finish it today. So we think we know what the murder weapon is, but we're not really sure how it was exactly used. Furthermore, Eustace and Gavel are impeding our progress. And we've also seen some familiar faces, so let's get going. March 28th, 3:02 p.m. Detention Center. Visitor's room. You withheld information from me. Why? Yeah, I didn't withhold anything. Or at least I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the Berry Big Circus, right? No, I mean yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member. Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious. Me being a performer in the circus show? And me being friends with Bronco? I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent. Not even you, Kay. I thought I made it very clear I believed in you. But what? When you stare at me like that, I got so terrified, You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client-scaring tips you want to share? You're really not helping, Fender. At this rate, it sounds like we really need to question him about everything all over again. So, what do you do at the circus, Simeon? I'm an animal tamer, kind of. I'm still learning the ropes. That's so cool! Do you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? The lions, tigers, bears? Oh my! No. I work with this little guy. Looks pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those, old-timey organ grinders? Not now, money. I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp? The monkey is ratatouilleing his hair. How does he have that thing in the detention center? Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company. I was telling the truth! The circus really is a company. We have titles and everything. The Ringmaster's the CEO, and I am I guess you can call me a gopher. I even had a line manager. She's the head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she can't convince to do her bidding. Even Miles here? I like to see somebody whip him into shape. I am not some kind of creature, Fender. So, this line manager, was she working with you on the show? Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit part this time. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you brought him the chess set. Yes, and the same evening, I started work on setting up the stage in the yard. It was hard. I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think. Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? No, I could never ask her to schlep all this stuff around. Like I said, the monkey works my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run-through, and it must have been, midnight by the time I left. Next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 AM. Then we performed till 10? So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. And Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even Lil Winner wouldn't pull somebody in on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. That's a great line. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own. Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything, so I just sort of snuck over and hoped no one stopped me. But you just seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, he's just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family? For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well. He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him. No, the other holding cells were empty, and I didn't see any guards. Well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in here. Oh no, I messed up bad, didn't I? So the assumption is something happened while the two were alone together. At least I imagine that would be Winner and Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we'd like to speak to your boss next. Last I heard, she's supposed to be around here today too. Somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we could do, just say the word. But, I mean, that is, there's nothing I could do for you in return. You don't need to worry about that. We're friends. You know what it's like to be- we know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. What's more, I simply don't believe a person was as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney, that's what. Bravo, big guy. I can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. I did? From the Book of Gregory, an attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon, me bucko, this guy'll suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing. I didn't realize Let's Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? Oh, no thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Bummer. Fender's little clap looks so sarcastic. Hey Vanilla, welcome in. I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. A great thieves' galleon for the dread pirate K. Yahar, me hearties. We sail the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on, Let's set sail for the prison yard. No sea shanties on the way, please. Oh, look, the shutter's open. That's the way out to the yard, I believe. Let's go take a look. Come on, what are you waiting for? Someone's excited. March 28th, 3:37 p.m. Prison yard. So this is the famous yard. Circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered. Check it out! It's like the backdrop to some epic festival. Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered. Which means anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Alright, time to take a look around. Ah! Hey! Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth! Cease and desist, you beast. Ah! Somebody ouch! Help! Ow! Me! Stay, Isaiah, stay! Who's that? Aw, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. That's right, everybody, she's back. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way, she'd never do such a thing like that. I'd say it doesn't even bite. At least, not very often. So she does have a taste for human flesh. How do you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right? There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender. She did? Oh, I'm so happy. Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Ah! Keep your trunk to yourself! Aw, another friend! Isn't this just the best day ever? I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted. And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. That's Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Isaiah stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right, Regina Berry, head of the Animal Training Department, Showbiz Division, Berry Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you. The pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. Name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. So much for whipping me into shape. Yes, she's perfect. What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay? That positivity, that charisma, that energy? Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Great Thief? That sounds like fun! My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. It would indeed appear the negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get crackin'. Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond the metal fence, though. Indeed. We're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. Hey, Hero, welcome to the stream. Thanks for calling, Kirby. Welcome in. Hey, Ash, welcome in. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I can't believe I missed out. On what exactly? The show, duh! I always wanted to be in the circus. I mean, I even have an escape act that would drive the crowd totally wild and everything. Yes, a great loss, I'm sure. Well, I've gotten in with Regina now, so let's wrap this case up lickety-split. Because I'm gonna star in the next show, if it's the last thing I do. Come on, the quicker we investigate, the quicker we'll be done. Alright. Oh hey, look who it is over here. Okay, let's start over in this corner. A simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners. Somebody's left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope, and a pretty heavy-looking weight. Let's see. It weighs 30 pounds. Oh, there's some pulleys, too. Okay, can you stop touching everything in sight? Oh, come on! It's not like I'm gonna tank anything. What exactly were they being used for, I wonder? These chairs must have been used for the audience. Wow, I pity whoever had to put them all away. Really? Why? Huh, you've clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, huh? Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out every once in a while. I'll consider it. What would my thing be if I was part of the circus? I always thought it'd be cool to be like an acrobat. Like, gymnasts and acrobatics are so cool, but I do not have that training, so I would not be able to do that. It'd be cool. And thanks for the stretch. This must be the stage for the show. Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. Ah, Mr. Attorney, sir, how are you doing today, if you don't mind me asking? Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Sot. Oh heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see. In order to become as annoying as possible. I'm currently helping out with the circus show stage teardown and cleanup. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just chipping in, doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The Frank Sot you see before you was a changed man. A changed man who now targets the recently deceased. No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness? Ugh, you're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go. As a thief. Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. And so it's a straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that. I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you? That's right. Only 2 inmates are absent. Sot and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? Ah, that. Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who'd talk about him if they didn't have to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer? Yes, anything you need, he can get it for you. But how does he get away with it? I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique. What are these mud packs, exactly? They're a special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals. It works wonders on their coats. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually. Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him. Ugh, that's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course, that's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud. I think the stress of prison might be getting to him. And of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, truly I am. Hey! Who are you shouting at? Ponds like this usually have goldfish in them, right? I want to see if they come say hello. I only see water striders. Hey, water striders are cool! They can walk on water like ninjas! Whoosh, whoosh! Man, I wish I could do that. So much for the goldfish. Danger! High voltage! I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there. Yes, Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side. Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was all just one big yard. Given how protective the warden seemed of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep the riffraff like us out. An Asian elephant named Azea, one of the very big circus's many animals. She certainly seems very fond of petting humans, based on what we've seen. Well, most humans. You can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. She'll think you're trying to she'll think you're trying to show her who's boss. Are you telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind? No, just that she respects you, I guess. How comforting. A wicker basket, or rather a cart given the wheels. Oh, smells like animals. I suppose they must have been using it to move things around. Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill in office chairs. Where did any of that come from? This door appears to be locked. Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try. No. If we deem it necessary, we will simply ask for the key. Spoiled sport, that could have been my chance to shine. You're free to shine somewhere else, but you're not going to make an audience out of me. What's up? Who doesn't love a good circus performance, eh? A foray into the realm of fantasy. If the performance is a good one, it can certainly be entertaining, yes. Man, I'm getting pumped just thinking about it. A chance to escape reality, however brief, can often be a powerful tonic. You got that right. Ah, doesn't it just make you want to hug something? Like the circus. Holding a show here, right in the shadow of the fence that keeps these guys in. Guess the magic of the big top is enough to make them forget they're in the same boat as the animals. That's kind of morbid thinking. The fence. I suppose I should examine it too. It is a part of this facility after all. Well, we missed the show, but we've got the stage and all this other stuff to check out. He's right. I should also look over the show set and equipment, just in case something useful turns up. Chat over, huh? You don't exactly give a guy a lot to work with, Miles. Kid's really something, huh? Wish I still had a tenth of her starry-eyed outlook. I suppose that's because her head seems to be in the clouds. Right? She's so above it all, no one dares to go against her. But she doesn't even need to crack the whip with the animals. The eyes go from starry to steely, and suddenly it's sit, stay. I could think of somebody who very much enjoys cracking the whip. You can, huh? Sounds like a real piece of work. Come on, Miles Edgeworth, spill the beans. Trust me, Fender. One crack of her whip, and you'll be running for the courthouse doors. If you're the head of the animal training department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss. That's right. My daddy founded the Big Berry Circus. When he passed away, he was murdered. I'm sorry to hear that. We have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's too. Wow, that's great. Lucky you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the very big circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places. They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show? Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. And not just any story, it's a love story. Isn't that dreamy? Huh, sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? No, silly. That'll be Azea. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the Tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Whoa, Nelly, I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit. That's not all. There's a love triangle too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? So the elephant is the heroine. I suppose that's the first time for everything. And who's the third wheel? Oh, that would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart. Oh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth? Given it's a circus, perhaps a lion. I think a raven would be cool, like the Yatagarasu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey. That's certainly lowered the stakes. Oh, you mean money, right? Nope again, the role of the monkey is played by Simeon. Monkey's far too small to play against Azea and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Azea and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is. So, Mr. Saint was more than just a little helper he claims to be. Poor Simeon. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore. Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance? Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though. A well? I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail. You should have seen him, moving those huge cages all by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah, sounds like something he would do. Weeping all the while. He was going back and forth between the yard here and some kind of workshop with all the equipment. The prison gave us special permission to use it for storage. He was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that. The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone to Workshop A. Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done. What exactly is he may not look it supposed to mean? There you are. Regina Cupcake. Oh, Warden Lagarde. I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing. Okay, I guess there's no new text for these things. Do you mind if I ask a little bit about the prison?
Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy. My home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful, an utter disgrace.
Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly.
I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them, and they always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and it hit me. The animals! If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them.
It is nice having them around.
Isn't it just? Now look, my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation.
Except when he's rifling through dead men's pockets.
We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training, and is always the first to volunteer for everything.
What? And your other model prisoners don't do that?
Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him.
What exactly does she mean by that?
Anyway, he's a very good boy. So try to be nice to him, won't you? Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals. The Big Berry Circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month.
Really? In that case, let me see. She better not be thinking about something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the Berry Big Circus?
Oh, but of course, sweetie. I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my precious little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's so adorable. So sweet. I could just gobble her right up.
You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh?
Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I could do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess, it was simply divine.
That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too.
About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see.
She must mean Canis and saw it.
We were 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me?
I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show.
That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there's enough seats for everybody.
But Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it? Indeed. As far as we were aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Sawit were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who is the 3rd missing prisoner, and what were they doing? It seems we need to investigate further.
Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one.
Little one? Yikes!
The alligator! You're looking as adorable as always, Allie, my sweet.
Aw, she's so pretty! What a cute name!
Yes, Allie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are.
I'm so jealous. Can I pet her?
Of course, princess, of course. Boy howdy, those two are made for one another. They look they'll be busy for a while. Maybe we should go back inside the prison and check the cells. Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our third missing prisoner might be. I mean, you could also just ask the guard, but I guess we'll do things the hard way. March 28th, 4:02 p.m. Prison corridor. Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Ooh, I finally caught up with you! Detective, you're not needed elsewhere. No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, I got your message. So you searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn anything up? We struck gold, sir! Well, blood anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks, though, but at least it's something. Yeah, it proves the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right? Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet. Now, I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victims. They're on it as we speak. Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything. Detective, I must say, I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something? Gee, don't look so surprised, sir. I just hope things continue to go in our favor. Alright, so that's proof the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick, we'll find out how that dog got over there. Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along. Secret weapons? That's right, a few tools on the tray that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire. Well, I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles? Very well, Detective. We'll try using your secret weapons. You got it, sir! Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1, my trusty old metal detector. If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it. So it detects metal. Very good, Detective. Next up, secret weapon number 2, Missile, everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food. He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Canis' dog. Now for secret weapon number 3. Where'd I put it? Aha! Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues. No, I mean, I just happen to have it with me is all. I see. Well, onwards and upwards, Detective. Let's see what else you have. That's all she wrote, sir. Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7, and one of them was a fishing rod. Sorry, that's all for today, okay? I'll show you the rest next time. Why do you think I call them secret? Guys can't just go sharing everything at once, that's crazy. In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal to us will do for now. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir? Let's take Missile. You got it, sir. Hey, Missile, here, boy. Aw, he really came. So, what are we tracking? We're trying to find out how Mr. Canis' dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison. So we give the pooch a sniff of the body. And he'll find the route for us. Does anyone else smell something sweet? All I smell is the odor of blood. It's faint, sir, but it's like, almost like cake, maybe. Why would the body smell of cake? Okay, Missile, get a noseful. Here we go, follow that dog! That's the way to... He's headed for maximum security!
Uh-oh, he's going in! Then we'll just have to follow after him. Hey Luke, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. March 28th, 4:24 p.m. Prison, maximum security. This is Canis' cell, though the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think Missile's onto something? Shh! Looks like maybe he is! Is there something here? Let's get snooping, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Canis' chess set, complete with a special dog piece. That's not a chess set, that's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something too. It's not inconceivable, some of them are. And this is quite a nice one. I never would have pegged Mr. Canis as a chess fan though. What with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going, I thought he'd be more into Go. Go, huh? Can you play? I can play Go Fish! Not the same thing, Kay. Not even close. Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Canis clearly doesn't lack for comforts. I can think of worse ways to spend my time in jail than drinking tea and playing chess. I thought this was maximum security, not maximum comfort. How come nobody else gets a special treatment? Complaining to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you could take it up with the man himself. Yikes, no thanks! Mr. Canis' chisels. Every one is a potential murder weapon. That reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow, when you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead. I have no idea what you mean. See? They're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood Carving Face. Have you quite finished? Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others. I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that could be used in a pinch, regardless of the job. An all-purpose pocket chisel? Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry. Is that your opinion as a thief? No, it's my opinion as a great thief. I walked into that one. What's the matter, boy? Wait, is that the cake you were after? Oh! Whoa! Down, boy! Stop that! No, you can't have it! Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that! If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself! Not bad! That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everybody agrees, though. Gummy? I wanted some. Daring of you both to assume the food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb. So anyways, it looks like that really was the cake Missile was tracking. Talk about a waste of time. I suppose we got our just desserts. But the little guy's definitely capable, right? Sure he is. That was just a blip. He'll follow the right sign this time, I promise. Seek, boy. Oh, I think he's onto something. Whatever it is, it's in here. Mr. Carcerato's cell. We need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard. Yes, sir. Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Carcerato, still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for the noon roll call. Guess he must be on work duty someplace. I see. Now, if you'd be so as kind as to open his door. Yes, sir! Gotta lose 10 pounds. No way! He has a poster of himself! And right next to it is... Looks like he never lost the habit of making weight for a fight. Once a boxer, always a boxer, I suppose. I see he also has quite the collection of supplements. Muscle protein? Hustle protein? Soul-crushing protein? Yeah, that's a lot of protein. Surely nobody trains like this for nothing. Hey Fate, welcome to the stream. Thanks for calling Kirby. So how many minutes do you think this timer's for, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, Mr. Carstrado's a boxer, so 3 minutes would be my assumption. Same as the length of a round in a boxing match. Thanks for playing, but the correct answer is kinda maybe about 2 minutes. Why? Because there's a crack in it, and a bit of the sand spilled out. Ugh! Why does it hurt so much when she's right? Oh, look at the bear bites. It's so cute. I'm surprised they give the prisoners heaters. Unusually kind or unusually careless. I wonder if he uses it all year round. To help him lose water weight, maybe. Yeesh, I hope his furry friend can deal with the heat. I'm sure they've learned to sweat things out together by now. It says Teddy in extremely poor handwriting, so this tire belongs to the bear. I wouldn't have thought it, but Mr. Carstrado and Ursine partner seem really close. Wow, this takes me back. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, did you have a swing like this as a kid? Not that I can recall, no. So, what did you do for fun when you were a kid? Chess, golf, flute practice. Did you have any friends? What? Why would you even think to ask that? This punching bag has certainly seen some use. What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer? Huh, no way! No way indeed. Quickly, detective, move the sandbag aside. Yes, sir! Hole! Could this be... Whoa there, wait, Missile! I'm going in too. Wait, stop! Sir, I'll go get her! Oh, that's tight. Shouldn't have eaten that cake. He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. Hello, Kay. Are you alright? You're not gonna believe this. Or you're not gonna believe this. But we're in the detention center. The detention center? That hole! It's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell! What? Don't go anywhere, I'm on my way. March 28th, 5:04 p.m. Detention center. Holding cell. Okay. Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough. Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think. Sir, the floorboards under the bed were torn up! So that's how they did it. There's no doubt about it. This must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors. With the help of this tunnel, it could be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be? The scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all. Man, this prison has so many problems with it. Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there? Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera's a flash, so I took some pictures. Let's see what you've captured. Look at that! Spoons? A fork? Guess these are for digging the tunnel. That aside, are those footprints? Paw prints, even. From a dog, perhaps. It's a wonder that Kay didn't, like, scrape her skin on one of those forks, crawling around in the dark down there. This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. It does! Mr. Carcerado has certainly been making use of this tunnel, which means... Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carcerado is immediately. My suspicions are correct. Huh? Oh, nuts! The guards were alerted, and they began searching for Mr. Carcerado right away. But after a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. March 28th, 5:34 p.m. Detention center. Corridor.
Well, have the police been notified?
Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They set up a cordon around the entire facility.
Good. The first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest.
It won't happen again, ma'am. A rather different Warden Lagarde to the one we've seen so far.
Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been a little too late. It seems he might have already left the building.
I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit of the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it?
What's to say there was only one tunnel, sweetie?
I suppose that's true.
Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation?
It would be my pleasure.
And you three can get back to your posts.
Yes, ma'am. Detective, the results of the blood test just came back from the lab. Thanks, pal! Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in Knight's cell. What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth? They've identified the blood, and it's Knight's.
Nice job, everybody! Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed.
We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself.
Canis? Oh, darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's as well connected on the outside as he is in here.
I suppose he would have to be. How else would the so-called fixer stay in business?
The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know.
So that's what this is all about. He's still not talking, ma'am. Even with the evidence you're borrowed from the precinct.
No, and I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report.
I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence for the police to help with your investigation, is that correct?
Why yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word.
A prison warden conducting interrogations herself. That's irregular, to say the least.
Let your guard down, he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You've been warned.
Hooey! And here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. March 28th, 5:55 p.m. Prison. Maximum security. Judge Cavell, I didn't expect to find you here.
We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you your badge was at risk, should our paths cross again, and yet, here you are.
I'm sorry you thought that I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I'm not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I'm here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourself should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth. I do. I promised I'd be back to prove you were the killer. And here I am. This should be amusing. Very well, whenever you are ready.
Objection!
Not so fast! We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact. Indeed, we are now more certain than ever that Simeon Sate was the murderer. And that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance.
You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation!
Not at all. If anything, I am showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was. And I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk? To put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth!
Sir!
I accept your terms. I'm confident in my reasoning. What's more, I'm representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co. I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I'll not be intimidated. Very well. Let us see whether you are brave, or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you allow me. Fine by me. He's all yours, Gavel. How Knight wound up in the prison proper. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume. He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell, using the keys he's stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled to one of the prison workshops. I figured she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Mr. Knight's cell. Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found. This is a still from the footage we received. Mr. Saint speaking of Knight and his cell. Correct. You will also note he has positioned the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. It is a blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what could be observed, wouldn't you say? Blind spot, which means the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. So it's still possible he didn't actually leave his cell at this point. I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There's really only one possibility. He intended to escape. A prison break? That's so cool! Mr. Carcerado, Mr. Knight, everyone's doing it. I had to step up my game. Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Carcerado's escape is no laughing matter. It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simeon! That wasn't a compliment! I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have been remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood. Judge Gavel's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in her logic somewhere, And I'm going to find it. Hey Dissinal, welcome to the stream, thanks for stopping by. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume.
Hold it!
Your Honor, about this incident. You have heard about it, of course. Surely any attorney with assault would have his sources. Yes, I am aware of it, of course. I simply wish to confirm that you're wasting both our time. Shall we continue? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys.
Hold it!
Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys? I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I am sure he'll confirm our suspicions. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further on her reasoning. Sorry, but I believe there's a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, then waited for an opportune moment to present itself. He hid the keys. I'm afraid you might have an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That has been proven already. And this is a piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have the keys.
Take that!
Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell. No keys were found. If the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory. I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it is such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chest set. Knight's chest set, the same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden. Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the one who proposed it! Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion. So two of them aren't of one mind on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chest set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to the workshop in the prison proper. And with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard.
Objection!
But Mr. Saint was part of the performance. How would he even have the time to commit the murder?
Overruled!
How indeed? Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails, and the villain is defeated. The victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He's sent flying by the elephant. Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible, assuming the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell.
I seem to remember telling you that I will not accept that part of the security footage into evidence.
Objection!
And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind. Very well. Would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell?
Take that!
This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty Goddess of Justice, grant me patience. The floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Ugh! Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensics operatives.
Objection!
I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. The detective. How very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decide to circumvent the law, you might have considered the committee's influence extends to the police. Huh. Oh no, now Gummy's badge is on the line too! Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However...
Objection!
Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless. Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted. Not just but I didn't tell you. Your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Are you saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene? Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood-wiping dog, you're a joke! You'd have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmet, yes you would. What? And that was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together, was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know. Never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave it any evidence after all. Saved by an assassin of all people. Jeez Louise, you could have just taught the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. And although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand. Then... La 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 la, I'm not listening! I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. Your understanding is much appreciated. Wait, I'm not done yet! I just saw something else! Overruled. Ooh boy, somebody's taking no prisoners! Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me? All yours, Gavel. Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer.
Overruled!
My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory to evidence.
Hold it!
I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could freely travel between the prison and the detention center.
Take that!
This is... It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison. What? A secret passageway? It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Carcerato, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think it was beneath our feet this entire time. Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you?
Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder.
Overruled.
In the name of the goddess of justice. Overruled, Mr. Edgeworth. You are out of line.
Hold it.
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled.
Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report.
His autopsy report?
When did we get that?
How do you not know you had it? Dang, this lady just updated the autopsy report on Edgeworth. She did the Uno reverse. How does it feel, Edgeworth? Now you know how Phoenix felt.
The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The goddess of justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon. But its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It's a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fantasy? Or will you now claim the dog used a knife instead?
Yeah, who does he think he is? Koromaru? Oh no, I think he Rapide. Maybe it was Rapide, not Koromaru.
That will be all. This court is adjourned.
Objection.
But the tunnel, the paw prints. What of them? Helmet is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened across this tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain. I myself cannot wander quite so freely. That'll be quite a coincidence, but I can't prove it's not the case either. She sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that. She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. And I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay.
Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Yep, this all checks out. Yep.
Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic after all.
Let's just try to be friendly, Your Honor.
Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel.
Alright, I got it. Nice work, Gavel. Just like we've planned it.
I only did as you instructed, Eustace. Thank you.
This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Canis out of the running.
The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me you might yet keep your badge, if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest.
What's our move, sir? I think she really means it this time. What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Cabell. I'll see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated.
Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede. This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread.
Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client.
The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy.
Attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father. In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said you've changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. And I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Fender. Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on, it's make or break time. If it's true Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart? Bladed weapon. Of course! There were 5 chisels in Mr. Canis' cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was... Have you quite finished? It will be in your best interest to concede. Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade. Then where is it? The guards didn't find it. Then why can't you let this go? What if they didn't find it? What are you driving at? What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was? And it was right under our noses the whole time. Indeed. It was one of Mr. Canis' chisels. What?
Overruled.
I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible, half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You've repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in a cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of a crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. That begs the question, then, of what exactly it was that we saw in the security footage. Oh yeah, the security footage! How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? An excellent question. The footage shows... the dog jumping on somebody. Mr. Canis' dog jumping at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man. He didn't. No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master. Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could have finished the job. And he could definitely use one of the chisels to do it. Correct. You, Bodhidharma Canis. You're the one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen. Must learn to respect others. Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours? We've already searched Mr. Canis' cell from top to bottom, right, Gavel? Yes, we even inspected his chisels. All 4 of them. There wasn't a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
Why, thank you, Your Honor. You just confirmed my theory. I have? What exactly do you mean? The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. And the one that's missing is... the small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where'd you hide the chisel? A pocket chisel. And what might use I have for such a thing? I'm rarely allowed to leave my cell. In which case, you shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You seem to have an idea where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us? For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, Canis could only have hidden the chisel here.
Take that!
Mr. Canis is still a prisoner, despite the comfort he enjoys. He is rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere. That would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it may end up. Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the only place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels. Who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of. Ah, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic.
Objection!
But I looked! I searched the whole cell myself! And there's just nowhere he could have hidden it!
Objection!
I'm certain the murder weapon is here. And the reason why no one has found it yet is because hidden in an ingenious manner. Do enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What was my ingenious plan? Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he could make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing?
He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. The dog? He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canis even encouraged him to do so. That must be it. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon. I'm giving up already? I expected more of you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
As well you should, if you would give me a moment. For this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon.
Take that!
Your dog, he seems unusually quiet today. Oh yeah, unlike last time when... Mr. Canis! It would be so kind as to open Helmet's mouth. Oh, come now. He hasn't barked because he is a well-behaved boy. I had to order him to last time. Then order him again, this instant. It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis. Or do you have something to hide? If you insist. Come on, Helmet. Open up. And there we have it. A chisel that small was easy enough for a dog of this size. What? A chisel in the dog! Why is there a chisel in the dog? I thought he'd be strangely quiet. I guess his brain is finally caught up. Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent. Okay. Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel. What? Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Alright, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah? The forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is the most likely case. Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands you explain yourself. We found the route your dog took to the holding cells. Now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one? You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth. Why does he always laugh like that, even when it's not funny? Poor Helmet. How could they suspect us, You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I have grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well. The court will hear Mr. Canis' testimony. If you would be so kind. Gladly. Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you're suggesting it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmet only bares his fangs when I tell him to. I am not so bloodthirsty I would kill a man I did not know. I mean, when he puts it that way... An assassin only kills his acquaintances. Not the soundest business model, I agree. My work required me to deal with strangers, of course. But murder for its own sake, that's not my style. So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. I should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover. Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been.
Hold it!
I'm puzzled by this focus on motive. Aren't you an assassin? Assassin or not, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't spill blood for nothing. Neither in a professional nor in a private capacity. And that's just not how it's done, is it, boy? No, it's not. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever.
Hold it!
You didn't know who he was. That's quite unlike you, Mr. Canis. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps you had a harder time putting me in here than I realized, but I am no master criminal. That said, you are no run-of-the-mill prisoner either. You are the Fixer, correct? I find it highly unlikely a man in such a position would have no knowledge of the new detainee at all. Then you have a rather inflated idea of my position. I have my connections, yes, but I am not all-knowing. And I knew nothing of Mr. Knight. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead?
Hold it!
You're an assassin. Since when did you need a motive? He's a strange man, isn't he, Helmet? Yes, he is. Is he a fool? A genius? It's so hard to say.
Objection!
Drop the act, Mr. Canis, and answer the question. No, you will answer mine. Who am I, Mr. Edgeworth? I am the very same person you caught. An assassin. A murder for hire. Were I one to kill without rhyme or reason, I would still be free to recite sutras in peace out there. Ah, could it be you were suggesting it was my canine companion who had the motive instead?
Hold it!
Of course not, but your dog was trained to kill. What is this man talking about, Helmet? Why would he say such an awful thing about you? He is a silly man, that is what he is, yes. Then perhaps he killed the wrong person. That would explain the lack of motive. Do your precious police dogs attack people willy-nilly? Have some respect, Mr. Edgeworth. If you are going to accuse Helmet of something, at least show us some evidence to back up your claims. Yeah, I would if I had any. Helmet only bears his fangs when I tell him to. Oops, I didn't mean to. I meant to press that. I'll read this after.
Hold it!
Then you must have done so, didn't you? You ordered Knight's death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you'll have to try harder than that. Have you forgotten what I just said? I did not know Mr. Knight. I did not even know that name. If you are going to insist otherwise, then the least you could do is show some kind of proof. He must show us some proof, mustn't he, Helmet? Yes, he must. Whether it was Canis or his dog that committed the killing, Knight wouldn't be dead if Canis himself hadn't wanted him to be. So my first order of business should be to prove that Canis and Knight knew each other. I was trying to make sure I presented the right one. I was like, the memo or the chess set itself? You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's a record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board. What? The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end. Wait, so that's 10 times 10? 120 times over, right? 100? 1,000? I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big? A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless, that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence. Well, they do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. But that's totally impossible! We just proved that! A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondence was the victim, you see. And yet here we are. Helmet is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmet? Yes, yes. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth. Boy. The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was minding my own business, when in comes Helmet, dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite the shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmet take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop. Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all.
You know something, that makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Sot said, Mr. Edgeworth?
That huge black dog had sunk its terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you say?
It was hellish! Utterly hellish! That beast! That awful beast, he killed him!
I see. So what Mr. Sot actually saw was Helmet removing the murder weapon then. Precisely. I can't say I was a little disappointed he was spotted, of course. Silly boy. It's not like you to slip up like that, is it, now, And there you have it. That is all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmet is growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Canis.
Fender!
No offense, Palio, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you need to pull the chisel out in the first place.
He's right. It makes sense he would move the body to avoid suspicion. Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought.
Please answer the question, Mr. Canis.
It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel, and the one around Helmet's neck. Have a very distinctive design, if you will. Of course, they were something of a trademark of yours, were they not?
I don't get it. How does that even work?
Bodhidharma Canis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. You flatter me. Though it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well. Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you. Yes, it was but one of my bells. Only one of two in existence.
Just two?
Two and only two. One for my knife, one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted. Utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. And I must be able to use my tools, precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. When Helmet brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, a chisel. An ordinary chisel. It's certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact I am the only person in the prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear I would become the prime suspect. And so the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim all you did was have the dog move the body. They had nothing to do with the killing. How could I? I told you the chisel is not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints?
Eustace!
Me? But I don't know how to check for prints.
Get forensics.
Oh, right! Sure thing! We got him! Fingerprints! They're Mr. Knight's!
And Mr. Cadis's.
No, just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign about any prints being wiped off.
Only Knight's fingerprints. This isn't good.
Should I get them to check again?
Okay, now do you see? I've never so much as touched that chisel. Helmet carried it in his mouth. That is all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. Ugh.
So the murder weapon belonged to the victim. Oh, that's not helpful.
As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise?
Ugh, I've got nothing to counter with. What could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be.
I'm sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth. If you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear?
You've done it now, sir. She's serious.
I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one. Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. Why would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for?
You could do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison, for one.
Alright, then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, Earth to Mr. Edgeworth. You can't stand there humming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? It doesn't matter how we get there. As long as we save Simeon in the end, we can't give up now.
Yeah, what she said.
I'll second that. You want me around with that, Kay? I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. Not like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said, what do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses?
The heart of those words.
It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest. Not while he's counting on us. Now I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you?
I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen, and that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another.
There we go! That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Let's find that new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison.
Right. How would Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here?
Take that!
Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected.
Because of the security gates, right?
Correct. But we already know that checks out as one of the gates hasn't been entirely thorough as of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center.
That gate is only used to scan people. Any items to bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check.
Are you telling me the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector?
It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard as of late.
Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel, hidden inside his pocket chess set.
That does answer one of our questions, and it suggests the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Canis's. However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis is not the culprit? But then how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? That was a real three-piper. The court too finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation.
Wait, sir, I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Little V.
Hey, Relix, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. What sort of name is that, detective?
I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage.
An excellent idea. Perhaps then you might finally see I am telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found? It has to be worth a try.
Alright, want me to talk you through how to use it, sir?
Seeing as how I'm not exactly familiar with the video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out. If you could run me through its functions, detective, that would be most appreciated.
Yes, sir! So basically, you just gotta do what you always do. Examine anything that catches your eye.
And I can examine things with X, I see.
Next up, see those controls at the bottom of the screen? The panels on the left and right let you rewind or fast forward. And you can use the middle one to pause. Get used to those, you're golden, sir.
Seems I can also press R to fast forward or L to rewind the footage. I can press A to pause.
When the video's paused, you can go to the previous frame with L, or the next frame with R. Or just use the same control panels I showed you earlier. Lastly, I better explain how to zoom in. Just line up the old cursor with the area you want to take a closer look at. Use the panel on the bottom right and little V will do the rest. It's got those 2 expanding arrows right on it. Can't miss it, sir.
It would appear I can zoom in by pressing Y, too. I like how Gumshoe's giving the explanation, and then Edgeworth just gives us the shortcut anyways.
By the way, even when you're zoomed in, you can still examine stuff just like in regular view. Also, you can make use of previous and next frame to get a good look at what's really happening. Only thing you can't do when you're zoomed in is play the footage, so there's that.
I could see. How do I zoom out again?
Just use the panel on the lower right again, sir. See how it's gone from expanding to collapsing arrows there? That's because you're zoomed in. And that about sums it up. Let's fire little V up for real. Remember, just examine anything that catches your eye, you'll do fine.
Footage from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by the dog, I can't see what else it might show. I suppose we're wrong. What could we be looking at instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whatever's attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind when reviewing the footage.
You never know what you're gonna see once you start looking at things up close. Check every detail, sir, you'll find something, I'm sure of it.
What in this footage seems odd?
Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Sir, look!
I suspect we've made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. This animal is... That's not a dog. It's a bear. What? So the paw prints from the photo I took were not canine, but ursine.
A bear? So could that mean...
Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? And if we were mistaken about the creature in the footage, it's not inconceivable we were mistaken about the person in the footage too.
Maybe there's something in there that could prove it, sir. Something shows it wasn't Knight.
You're right. We can't see the person's face, which means a direct identification is out of the question. Perhaps there's something that could tell us who they are indirectly. Indirectly? Like the mirror? Yes, it's certainly worth a look. What in this footage seems odd? I don't know which frame is good enough. Is this good enough? The figure is reflected in the mirror here too. Is that a hat? Sir, doesn't that look like the hats the guards wear, sir? Oh jeez, is that what I think it is? Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently? Not that I heard of. So this may not be a guard at all, but someone dressed as one. Perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter of the hat.
Take that!
So no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know. We did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed. A guard disguise? I guess it might work. Wait, weren't we just talking about someone? We were indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. We had assumed it was night in the security footage. Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory. Perhaps, but now that we know about the hole under the bed, it's no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? The person in the security footage is...
Take that!
I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It's none other than Rocco Carcerado, the prisoner who escaped recently from the facility. I'm confident in him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. But the bear in the video is all black! Indeed, and we have evidence that explains why. The evidence that explains the polar bear's dark fur is...
Take that!
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank saw its testimony. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course, that mud's from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was given one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud. While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment. And that animal could have been, indeed, our polar bear.
Overruled!
Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera. I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sawit mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway. And this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage. It does? Yes, let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay? If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 AM. In which case, something isn't right about the footage. Really? And what's that? What new contradiction does the security footage introduce relative to when it was recorded?
Take that!
Mr. Sawit said he administered the treatment at around 9 AM, in which case the security footage should also show a time of around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 AM. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3,
Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell at maximum security, Mr. Sod, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Carcerato, who had been waiting the precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sod before entering the tunnel. It's so cute! I love that little bear. And the bear slipped out of Mr. Sod's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Sod would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis' dog retrieving the murder weapon from Knight's body. It all fits perfectly except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is around 3 hours off. But why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I'd like you to have the security camera examined right away, please. I'm back, sir! I just talked to the guards and... Seems the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. What? They're pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power's off. Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. Well, that's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him considering, well, you know, he seemed kind of like the only suspect. Turns out, that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy. Which may not necessarily have been a lie. Darlings, there you all are. How goes the investigation? Is there anything I could do to help things along? Yeah, things are getting juicy, aren't they? We're taking so many twists and turns here and there. It's like, what do we believe anymore? Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Lagarde. The escapee, Mr. Carcerato, I believe he may still be on the premises. He's disguised as a guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain the person captured on the tape is our man. If I'm correct, he might even be right here in the room with us now. Hey, Mr. Carcerato would have been wearing a bracelet, right? Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of the stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper don't have the sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. Well, yes, I suppose he could. He'd just have to avoid the workshops and the cells and... Oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's here right now. Look, it's Teddy! Aw. I love how his little tongue hangs out of his mouth. Hey, paws off! Get your mitts off me, you big palooka! Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Dang it, kid. If it wasn't for you, I'd... What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Carcerato? I'm almost envious. Guards, apprehend this man! A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him. With your permission, of course. I can hardly say no, can I? Well, come on then, hit me with your best shot. Mr. Carcerato's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered. Around the time of discovery. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a whole dug, a plan in place, so I went for it on the day you found the guy. But then this little guy had to come right after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud, too. Had to go back to our cell. Ugh, I would have gotten away with it if somebody had an off night and brought you bums down here. You claim to have dug the tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? How? Used everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammers, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on that cock-a-me fixer. What do I got to show for it now, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. There's an outside chance Mr. Carcerado and Knight met face to face, just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him. So it's you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel.
Hold it!
Shut up! Who's telling you to hold it? The tunnel. I don't know nothing! I don't know what I had to do. Had to come crawling back to the fixer, monk. Had to grovel and kowtow day after day. How are you gonna give me back the hours, huh? The days, the months? I can't get a word in edgewise. You should have never stuck your noses in my tunnel, never. You know how long it took me to dig that frickin' thing?
Hold it!
So the tunnel was all your own work. Every inch. Do you see anybody else in my cell when you was there, It's quite an effort, even for an athlete. Yeah, now that I think about it, that's an insane amount of digging for one guy. Yeah, well, you don't know the half of it, kid. But it ain't like I had a choice. Trust nobody and don't get caught. Them's the rules of cons gotta live by. Huh, you know, the rules of being a great thief are pretty similar. Okay, I'd rather you didn't start sympathizing with the suspect. Aw, I was just joking, Mr. Edgeworth. I ain't no sticking joke. You punks owe me. Had me a guard's uniform, a whole dog, a plan in place, so I went for it on the day you found the guy.
Hold it!
The uniform, was that from the fixer too? Sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from a pal's locker. And you were wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel. Nope, would've got dirt on it. Had to hold on to it till I got to the holding cell. But once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I think. Freedom beckons. Then the furball here jumps at me. Which would be the moment captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say? Sure, anything seems easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground. And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in the prison. Why wouldn't I be? I ain't like I never been there before. If he's familiar with the detention center, then he's surely aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. I'm sure Mr. Carcerado would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. But then this little guy just had to come after me.
Hold it!
When was it that you realized you were being pursued? Right when I got out of the tunnel. Right when I thought I was home free. Ugh! You didn't notice anything before that? When you were in the tunnel, perhaps? No, he wasn't around. I made sure of that. Knew the little guy would have been all over me like a rash if he had have been. I was so close I could smell it! And then there he was, a little bum. Hey, don't you think you're being a little mean to your friend? Poor Teddy. Ugh! Mean nothing. He rumbled me last time, now he's rumbled me again. Kids all over me, what am I supposed to do? Coming after me yesterday was bad enough. The sack of fur was covered in mud, too. Had to go back to our cell.
Hold it!
You didn't consider trying to escape with Teddy. What if I coulda, but that mud would have given us away. Chances to break out of the slammer don't exactly grow on trees, pal. When one comes along, you gotta do it right. Foiled by the one who loves him most. It's almost tragic. There's an outside chance Mr. Carcerado and Knight met face to face just before his murder. I should listen carefully to each other's statements and look over the evidence we have.
Objection!
You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, you got a problem with that? Cause we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it?
Mr. Carcerado, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake, only because you had the key. I don't got no stinking key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. You had attempted to escape previously. Yeah, the security footage shows when you tried and failed because Teddy caught you. Which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to a cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. Are you saying, could he really have? I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was in fact perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carcerado. He's the one who attacked the guard. But not just the guard. Knight too, all to gain the possession of the guard's keys. It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I don't even know this Knight guy.
Objection!
After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. Then you waited for the perfect moment to escape, a moment where the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Zazu, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet, nah. Knight knocked the guard out for the count, and everybody knows it.
Objection!
Don't play games with me. Knight was as much of a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proved Knight had been attacked in his cell.
Take that!
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed the both of them and stole the keys. Why, I oughta. What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up, huh, anyways? If they checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. That blood would give the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure out there's a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they'd have found the tunnel of heartbeat. So you wiped the blood to buy yourself a little more time, so you could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the only opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear of the prison, it seems. Now hand over the keys! Right in the kisser! KO'd by a lousy, stinking bum. Fine, you want keys? Here. I hope you choke on them.
Overruled.
Wait a moment. If Mr. Carcerado here had the keys. Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know the theory can't possibly be true. No! Guess this changes things up a bit, yeah? Every time Eustace hits himself with his little baton, it really sounds like it hurts. Now, the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel. No, you gotta be freaking... Mr. Carcerado, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal. Wait, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. Alright, fine. I knocked those two chumps out, and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around, and I mean nobody. Plus his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't even gotten out of my cell. Indeed, you only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back at the prison. But Mr. Canis' dog could. What?
was not you, but Helmet, who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in the conspiracy. Indeed. One can easily imagine that Mr. Carcerado and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Carcerado could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. And then Mr. Canis' dog took him from there to the workshop. There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carcerado. How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them and you just don't know. Something tells me digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. You got that right. You tried scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody did a bunch of the work for me. What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel yourself? Nope. Found it when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, alright. I just made good on what somebody else already started. Then what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Oh, maybe the animals dug it. Like, to get water from the well or something. I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay. Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Though, come to think of it, a smell. Yes, always smelled kind of nice down there. Nice. Gee, I don't know. Smelled sort of like dessert, I guess. A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where did we come across a sweet scent before?
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced its route back to the prison. And that, Mr. Carcerado, was how we found your tunnel. Ugh! Could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carcerado, you are the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. You have our thanks, Mr. Carcerado. Truly. Finally the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident. What? You ain't pinning this on me! I'm glad to see we're finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carcerado may have been an accomplice, but not a Mr. Canis. No. He was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean? I do not believe he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me! Granted, it seems likely he attacked Mr. Knight. But that doesn't necessarily mean Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carcerado had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was the precise means in front, in the form of the keys Mr. Carcerado had stolen from the guard. Mr. Carcerado himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerado's plan would have been ruined. And so, the two struck a deal. Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists! My. Still, you deny it. So, we're agreeing we still disagree. Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerado unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper, just as planned. Aha! And then he took Mr. Knight to the workshop and did the dirty deed.
Objection!
Were neither of you listening?
The scent on Mr. Knight's body proves it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell into the... Perhaps, if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. Then what are you driving at? Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Huh? Then how did it get down there? There's another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing! Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop. He took it outside. There he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Canis' dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon? Ah! Ah, indeed. And so you see, it must also have been him who disposed of the body. Judge Cavell is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. As we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well. I am sure you will agree.
Objection!
Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing the Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time.
Overruled!
My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have. What? Mr. Carcerado was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Carcerado, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there? No, place was clean. Ugh. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Carcerado would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done it but Mr. Saint? No! What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? If the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory. And I posit you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that for the moment, I do not. May I suggest we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the Goddess of Justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. I love how Carcerado's just standing there with Teddy hanging from his chest. What's that sound? Yikes! Is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? Darlings, please. There's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean, that's not an alarm. It's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. It certainly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, sweet pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two, back to your posts. Chop chop. As for you, Rocco Carcerato, it's time you went back to your room. Fine, I get the picture.
Come on, Teddy. We're out of here. What in the guard? We like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darlings. Don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, No! It's imperative we investigate it right away. I think we have quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees, so eventful. It's time our guests went home to Betty Buys, isn't it? Yes, it is. Ugh. Come on now, darling, don't make me bore you with that I'm the warden, this is an order nonsense. Warden the guard is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. What are you waiting for, kittykins? Off you go. Fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Cavell believes the knight's body was dropped down the well, and it had taken then taken through Mr. Carcerado's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will. Yes, we will. I will prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. To be continued. Man, isn't this case, like, it's got so many different directions and twists. And we still don't really know too much of what's going on, right? Hey Mondo, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, thanks for dropping by. I read a lot of people, when they played this the first time, we're so used to the Presto theme only playing during like the final cross-examination for the final suspect. With the only real exception so far was Turnabout Ablaze, it played for 2 suspects. So a lot of people were thrown off when they heard the Presto theme start playing for Carcerado, because they thought, wait a second, is he the killer? But where's that conclusion coming from? But why is the Presto theme playing? So I think it's one way the game's kind of showing you that you can't use your foreknowledge of the game mechanics to try to help you in a sense, which I think is kind of clever. I also think that Gavel is a very interesting rival character. I think of all the rivals we've kind of had throughout all the games, she's probably one of the most competent. Like, her logic usually checks out, she's pretty quick thinking, and I love that her theme song sounds a little bit intimidating, and she doesn't feel the need to, like, I know she's swinging her gavel, but it's not like she's, you know, whipping you or throwing coffee at you or sending her bird to attack you or anything like that. She's just intimidating without needing to resort to physical violence. Plus, there's the fact that she's actually technically in a position of power over Edgeworth, right? His badge hangs in her judgment. So it's not like a attorney-prosecutor kind of thing where they're both kind of on a similar playing field. She's above Edgeworth, which I think is kind of interesting. It's a good thing I didn't try to do this case all in one sitting. Would have been a long stream. March 29th, 10:12 a.m. Prison Yard. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate. Judge Gavel's deduction yesterday. There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done it but Mr. Saint?
Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to the question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Again, it's also a little bit unorthodox for us to have such a long second case that we're actually discarding evidence during it. Let's see here. Huh? There's a cover on it. I tried it well, slap bang in the middle of prison. Figures it'd be locked. Well, luckily, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Aw, come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa! What is it, Kay? The lock's broken. And from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down as well. Judge Cavell's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. And then during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Miles Areno? Plausible or no? Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here, and which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Barry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Barry to come down here with you. Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it. So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide-and-go-seek? Fun idea, kiddo, but where exactly will we hide? He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one. Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up. Say what now? Let me show you. Introducing a great thief's great secret weapon. Little Thief. Whoa, screens appearing from thin air? That's some next level tech, little sis. Wanna talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation. Allow me to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on the data you feed it. How would I start us off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday? Good idea. That was when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention to the well then. Who knows? We may have overlooked something. Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beepity beep boop beep. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max and... Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all seen. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Yipes, what is this? It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu, but they used it to plan robberies. Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now. Oh, but keep in mind, it can only recreate what you tell it to. It can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, you'll wind up with the same mistakes in the recreation too. But this particular recreation is based on Kay's photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. And that's enough preamble. Shall we get started? Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation, just like in real life. You can also present evidence to try to clear up any inconsistencies you find. Of course. Thank you for the reminder. Now, let's take a look at that well. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Wouldn't it be great if we could find an alibi for Simeon? Careful, bringing your personal feelings into this risks introducing bias to our findings. You must keep a cool head at all times while gathering information as quickly as possible. Oh, so that's why you go around glaring at people. You're using your icy stare to methodically analyze your tight-lipped opponents. Do I really come across as that cold of a man? The Great Thief's great secret weapon? Color me intrigued, Miles Areno. Not exactly by the book stuff though, yeah? Using great thief doodads in an official investigation? Whoa, enough with the death stares, Chief. I'm cool, okay? I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth, am I right? It's possible that vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without K's reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it. Hey, relax. Like I said, I'll just zip it and nod politely while you cats do your thing. Thank you. That would be very helpful. This door appears to be locked. I think it's the same dialogue. What was the name of our trunk-happy friend again? Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Of course, how could I forget? Not exactly inspired, though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it? Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth, not in front of the poor elephant herself. This pond is home to Warden Lagarde's beloved alligator. And look, those bones must be from her latest meal. I somewhat doubt an alligator could pick a carcass clean like that. You think? I get the feeling she was rather ladylike in her own way, actually. If you say so. Well, I do. I kind of have a sixth sense for these things. An interesting talent, though not one I'm particularly envious of. Now that's one impressive fence. I'm sure I could climb over it if I... Please don't. It's electrified. I wonder what's on the other side. The warden's office, I believe. I guess she likes to keep a close eye on her pets. This facility would probably function better as a zoo than a prison. We should examine this area carefully. It may just hold the clue we need. The well was behind the stage, which means there aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down it during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? They don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. There's a sturdy-looking hemp rope lying on the ground. Kinda reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug-of-war in school. The answer is no, Kay. What? I didn't even say anything. Yet. I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end. Oh yeah, it looks like something you'd use to pull up a tent. But there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs... The projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? Sure, it was 30 pounds. What does anyone need such a heavy weight for anyway? It doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. So, what do you think all the stuff around the well was used for? I can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance. Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. Thanks for the stretch, Kieran. I suspect that's all there is to find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon, too. Okay, you can power down Mr. Thief now. Sure thing, prepare to return to normality. Sorry, sir, I came as quick as I could. Huh, speak of the devil. Ah, detective, that was indeed impressively quick. You know me, sir, never did like to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. No problem, this way seemed more fun than rehearsal, so I ditched them for the day. It's very much appreciated. Alright, detective, let's get started with Missile. Yes, sir. Hey, Missile, over here, boy. What's the matter? Come on, boy, come on. What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Ah! Alligator! Guess he's not a fan, sir. Well, I doubt he'll be of much help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, Miles Reno? Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand? Oh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you need me to teach Allie some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show. I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Thief again, am I right? You'd be so kind. Okay, I've plugged in all the data. Firing up the simulation. Here you go. This is what the yard looked like during the show. The time in which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well. Oh wow, this is so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why... Ahem. The area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up, so we don't have any data on what it was like back there. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself. Oh no, it's all my frilly associate's fault. Objection, Fender. Anyway, we got a fresh simulation now, but we still have other data too. I can switch back whenever you want to the recreation of them taking down the stage. So we can examine the scene both during and after the show, and switch between the two at will. I can switch between recreations by using X to talk with K. Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? You remember how Mr. Thief works, right? Yes, it creates a simulation I can interact with and investigate like a real crime scene. That's right, just go around and poke at anything you find interesting. Oh, but don't forget that if the inputted data is wrong, then the recreation will be wrong too. If you see something weird, try presenting evidence to clear it up. Right. Actually, I'm not very familiar with the new feature you mentioned. It's nothing complicated, but it lets you switch between different recreations. So the two we got programmed in right now are... the scene as it was during the show 2 days ago, and when they were tearing down the stage yesterday. I should remember to talk with Kay again if I need to switch recreations. So do you come to visit the prison often, Regina? I sure do. I have so many little friends here, it's wonderful. And they're all such sweeties, the old faces and the new. I made a new friend only yesterday. Allie is just the cutest. Cute, that full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond. Are you sure about that? Can't help worrying you just walk up in there and then chomp, you know? Oh, don't be silly, she'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been herself since yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried, right? Right? Yeah, totally. Super worried, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Don't rope me into this. Don't say a word, sir. I know just what you're looking for is written all over your face. It is? Missile may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. I've never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. It's as bad as it looks, sir. Poor little guy's scared out of his skin. I'd hope to have him track the scent again, but that clearly isn't in the cards now. It would appear we're missing some data for this point in time. Yep, that's about the size of it. You gotta go steal some data. I don't steal data, Kay. I use logic and deduction to get what I need. Well, I'm more of an act first, think later kind of gal. Please don't add my workload with your recklessness. I would hate to have you have to order your arrest. The chairs are lined up neatly for the show, though we know there were a few empty seats during the performance. Huh? Something about the space. The way the seats are arranged. Reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid. You entered a karaoke contest. I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares take flight. What alone soars to shine? The light of righteousness on the world's blight. Tell me you didn't actually sing that. I sure did. She did well to take second place. Or perhaps stole is more apt. Or is it more that she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this. A story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant? Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon out there on stage too. Oh, he was wonderful, the way he flew off that stage. Ah yes, that scene. Victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Miss Berry? Let's see. I guess it was around 15 minutes. Just as Judge Gavell said. Isn't it pretty hairy health and safety-wise having an elephant fling a guy off the stage? Not at all. Isaiah's very gentle. I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly. Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off the stage. Not because of Azalea, though. Or Isaiah, though. Simeon figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing? A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick? Who, me? Oh no, it was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start. The pond is home to Warden Lagarde's beloved alligator. And this is the same text. It's the pen that held Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Now empty, as the lady herself is on stage. I wonder how they got her here in the first place. What do you mean? Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized. And there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kinda risky, no? Not if one turned off the electricity. Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape. Through an entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not. This is a real puzzler, alright. I'll need to give it more thought. She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. The basket was empty in the other recreation. Oh yeah, but it was definitely empty in the photo I took too. Oops, sorry, I made a mistake when I was filling you earlier. Oh? The basket's for holding Isaiah's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it vanished. Poof. I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry. Disappearing apples. I should make a note of this. The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene. Could it have something to do with all the items we found by the well? Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage? You got it! Taking another look at these items, could they have not been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's? Sounds plausible enough. Hey, I could maybe add to the simulation. Good idea. Please go ahead and ask Mr. Saint for the details. Roger that, I'll be right back. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it. Excellent. Well, how does it work? He said he used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from the rope and lower that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys and was tied around his body. I see, so use the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. How did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to? He used a stake to stop it, that's how. Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. That's right, and to do that he used a second length of rope. He tied it to the stake, Then, when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great trick. I had to steal it. This has got to go in the Great Thief's repertoire. It may not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough. Alright, practice it is then. Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation? Oh right, then we can see how it all worked for ourselves. Okay, I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. Now to add in the data. Little Thief should be able to reproduce the trick now. So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. Simeon's full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that? That's genius! Indeed, but I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight. More than him at the very least. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that. Yeah, and probably a ton of practice. Wait, doesn't it seem odd to you? No? You haven't noticed, Detective. There's something strange about the weight we found. The one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. Oh yeah! In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir! Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. Mr. Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying from the stage. It made clever use of 2 ropes. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. This tarp, it's like the one we saw in the workshop. Yes, but why is it here? But why is it here? Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You're kind of blank. And I intend to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts. That's one heavy weight. Kinda makes you think how much this must all weighing down on Simeon. It does. I'm not sure I quite see it myself. Oh, too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise, I hang around your neck like a big old albatross. Then we'll see how you like it. You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried, I can promise you that. A pulley and a rope. I suppose the two tend to go together. They sure do, like a great thief and her treasure. Can't have one without the other. Sorry, but the proper pairing in this case is a great thief and a set of handcuffs. The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Isaiah. Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk couldn't reach them. Are you sure about that? Oh yes, it was still full of apples the night before the show. Then we must consider the possibility the cart was moved somewhere within Isaiah's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show even started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's re-update the recreation, K. Will do! I'll add that into the simulation of the performance then. Updating data based on what Regina told us now. There, all done. Little wonder it smelled of animals. It was being used for the elephant. To hold Isaiah's apples, right? Yep, it was full of them the day before the show. so they vanished overnight. Oh, did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth? Quite possibly. Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons. Roger that! The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Oh jeez, I'm never gonna get to use my fishing rod. So before we get started, let me run you through how the metal detector works, sir. It's simple enough, it uses this sound. And this gauge. To tell you how close you are to something made of metal. The closer you get, the more strongly you'll react. When it starts growing wild like this, just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. Say, what do we got here? Oh, the fence. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want me to look, sir. I'll get right on it. We're close, sir. There's something metallic nearby. Sir, I'm picking up something over here. Let's take a little look-see. Huh? Found these little guys in the grass. They're the same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose? I count 4 altogether, sir. They would be more than heavy enough to send him flying. So somebody hid several of the same weights as the one by the well. Why? Why over here? Thanks for the sleeveless redeem, Suki. Yes, nice work, me. Ah! Alligator! That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. What? How? You sure it's not responding to the weights we just found? No, sir. I'm sure this is something different. And I'm sure it's coming from the alligator. And she's gone. Ha! We scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kay. Huh? Then what is it? Allie hasn't been herself lately. That's the name. Allie, the warden's favorite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food warden the guard brought her yesterday. She was acting all as if, I don't know, as if maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her. Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir. Oh no, what if she ate one of the weights? I highly doubt even an alligator could swallow a 30-lump pound of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? Why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again? Coming right up. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Alright, you want me to change the recreation to the performance 2 days ago? Here you go. This is how things looked during the show. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Alright, you want me to change the recreation to yesterday's stage teardown? Here you go. This is how things looked when they were taking down the stage. I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. It looks like this was designed for raising and lowering the bucket. No sign of the bucket, though. Could this be related to the evidence somehow?
Eureka!
Think about the two recreations, the one during the performance and the one we're looking at now. There's a major difference between the two. Namely, one of the ropes is missing. Oh yeah! Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us. So what happened? Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that. Really? What shows us where the missing rope went?
Take that!
This rope was found beside Mr. Knight's body. Wait, you mean... Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick. So you're saying, yes, that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. What was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here. Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that and you'll soon figure out what the answer is. The weight dropped down the well in place of the iron weights was...
Take that!
It could only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well. What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight? Yes. Somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. That rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden. So no one would realize they'd been replaced with the body. Precisely. We can then further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Whoa there, gang! Wasn't poor Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. What did the killer use to stop Knight's blood from going everywhere?
Take that!
This tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it. Oh, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. Love it. But all we're doing is proving the body did go down the well, which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer. No, not quite. But what about what Judge Gabel said yesterday? Ah, but if Mr. Saint truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his crime? That's true. Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was, or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh? That was the killer's goal, to make us think the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Barry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? It would have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. And I think we finished around midnight. In which case, the killer must have switched the weights out for the body after that point. Did Canis know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means Canis isn't the killer. The basket was moved the night before the circus performance. We deduced the weights were switched out for the body around the same time. Hard to chalk that up to coincidence, huh? Then the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door, which can only mean somebody needs to open it. Now let's see what's... Oh, great. It's locked. Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard! Yes, miss? What can I do for you? That was fast! Guard, Where's the key for this door? Oh, the warden keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it. Warden the guard is the only one with a key. Meaning, if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. Thanks for the help. Look at all these breakers. They must control the electricity for the whole prison. So, we're thinking somebody got in here the night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do? Well, I doubt they came here by mistake, thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches. Huh. Did they turn off the power to something? Come to think of it, wasn't there something that lost power? What might have lost power had a breaker been flipped?
Take that!
There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. Oh yeah, there was! So somebody flipped the breaker that was connected to. It seems very likely. Do you think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the camera would have made things easier for them. It would! Which means... the killer would have to be someone who had access to the breakers. And it seems only one person has the key. Couldn't be. Could it? Alright, little thief, your work here is done. First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm. Good morning, Mr. Winner. Ah! You! How'd you get here before me? Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you've made an early start. And I see you've made a late one, Judge Cavell. This is not my only case. I am simply a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his current responsibility. Ugh. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney. Associate, more like asinine. We'll see about that. That's a reference to the asinine attorney skits that they've done in the past for Ace Attorney. Eustace, let us begin the investigation of the yard. Okay, I'll go get some officers to help.
Hold it!
That won't be necessary. Why not? We've already finished investigating the yard, and won quite the prize in the process. Won? But I'm supposed to be the winner! Your Honor. I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday, in order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I am sure you remember, your badge is in my hands. How could I forget? You told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat.
Overruled!
You've been warned repeatedly, yes. And each time, my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination.
Objection!
The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence. Interesting. And spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. And when I am done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. Could you imagine if Cavell was the judge in some of the regular Ace Attorney cases? I hope you do not come to regret this. Judge Cavell's theory. My theory remains the same as when I related it to you yesterday. Mr. Carcerado did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down as well during the show. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. That's still your assertion, and you can prove it, of course.
Of course you can! Who do you think you're up against? What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of your arrival. She really is a busy woman. Busy looking after baby Winner. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Simeon Saint was offstage for a period of 15 minutes. That was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Gavel hasn't investigated the yard yet, which means... I fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor. You seem very confident of that. But do you have any evidence to prove it? Yes, I think I might. My theory remains the same as the one I related to you yesterday.
Hold it!
That theory being that Mr. Saint was the killer. You're certainly clinging to it rather stubbornly. And you are certainly clinging rather stubbornly to the idea Mr. Saint wasn't the killer. Do you have any conclusive evidence that he wasn't? Any idea who the real killer may be? I'd like to see what evidence you yourself have first. I am an emissary of the Goddess of Justice. My words are her words. But her words are wasted on you, I see. You would challenge me if I said the sky was blue. Is this court or cult? If you truly mean to refute the word of the divine, then come. Show me your evidence. Mr. Carcerado did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible Mr. Carcerado simply failed to notice the body? Assistant to the Associate Attorney, you've been through the secret passage, have you not? Whoa! How'd you know? I noticed mud on you yesterday. On that charming key in your hair, to be precise. That's incredible! You could be a great thief with eyes like that! Answer me truthfully, in the name of the goddess. Would you or would you not have noticed the body had been the one present? Well, you know, I guess I would have. There you have it. Mr. Carcerado did not see a body, which means there was no body there to see. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show.
Hold it!
Could you talk us through your reasoning on that a little more? The day before the performance, Mr. Knight borrowed the keys from Mr. Carcerado. Or more specifically, the key to his cell. Mr. Knight then used the key to leave his cell and enter Mr. Saint's cage. Mr. Saint took Mr. Knight to the yard in that cage, and that's where he killed him. The following day, Mr. Carcerado crawled his way through the tunnel, but there was no body there yet. Wait a second, that doesn't add up. Mr. Carcerado smelled that sweet smell, so Mr. Knight must have been in the tunnel already. No, his body did not pass through the tunnel until sometime after Mr. Carcerado had crawled through it. Mr. Carcerado used the tunnel right at around the time the show was starting. The body was discovered just after the performance ended. From which you deduced the body could only have been thrown down the well during the show. Yes, and who the culprit must be. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Could nobody else have done it? I understand that Miss Barry was on the stage for the entire performance. Most of the prisoners were watching the show, and those who are not have plausible alibis. What about the guards? They too were watching the show, as was the warden. How can you be so sure? A guard could have easily approached the well unnoticed. None of the guards left their posts during the show. I've checked this for myself, you know. I took statements from each and every one of them. Ugh, she's thorough, I'll give her that. Are you finally ready to accept the truth? That the killer could only have been Simeon Saint? Judge Gavel hasn't carried out a full investigation of the yard yet. Which means we got the advantage for a change. I should review the evidence we gathered during our investigation of the yard.
Objection!
Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. A contraption? Go on. You'll recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do, just before he was to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trick.
Objection!
Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on the stage?
Hold it!
It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With a second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We found evidence to suggest the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show.
Objection!
You're saying Mr. Saint himself set this contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the #1 most likely person to have used to dispose of a body, Even you must see how this looks.
Objection!
If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Cavell theorized, without all these extra steps. Miss Berry. Yes? Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works? Well, let's see. We had to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform. So I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows. And there you have it. Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation. And yet, I fail to comprehend your actions still. Why do you not work to do what is right? And what is what I'm doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems it so? How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see you are doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor, and yet you aid the defense. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. I think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I am confronted with. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well, if it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint could be the killer. Why Saint is the suspect. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. Why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? Yeah, it is pretty sus. We've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else. It may be plausible, but it is no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight to escape. I need some real solid evidence if I'm going to get her to budge. The body was moved from the yard to the workshop.
Hold it!
You seem to think Mr. Knight was killed here in the yard. When do you think he was brought here? Sometime between midnight and 8 AM, the day of the show. It could only have been during that time. In other words, between the end of rehearsal and the start of the performance. As I was saying, if the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell.
Hold it!
Was there really no other way he could have come here? Mr. Knight was awaiting trial. If he, a random non-inmate, had openly entered the prison proper, he surely would have been noticed. And presumably none of your witnesses have testified to seeing such a thing. Precisely. Praise be to the goddess of justice for granting you this insight. So, as you will agree, it could only have been Mr. Knight was brought over here in secret. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint.
Hold it!
You're certain nobody else had the opportunity? Need I remind you, we are in a prison. The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted.
Hold it!
But Mr. Saint was under the same scrutiny, was he not? The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of that troupe under the supervision of Miss Berry, he is the only person who is free to wander where he will.
Objection!
It seems you've forgotten something, Your Honor. Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, then recall this fact, if you will. You claim Mr. Saint is the only person who is free to walk around the prison.
There was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison. A time where it would have been possible for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. What do I have that shows there was a period of the day of the crime where oversight was limited?
Take that!
Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity. Which opportunity are we talking about again? We'd previously established the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours. And from this we could deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? There was no simple camera malfunction. Is that even possible? It was completely possible to create a 3-hour gap using this.
Take that!
Our investigation of Yar turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which could be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned the door to the power room may have been opened at the time of the murder. What? Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing. Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? Oh yeah, it was kind of locked up tight. And the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure, so I very much doubt anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily.
Objection!
No, one person could have. I beg your pardon. That person, the killer, had easy access to it, in fact. What's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them.
Objection!
What? There's no one like that! The breaker to the electric fence is in there. They will be questioned in an instant. There's only one person who meets these criteria. I could hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was...
Take that!
The real culprit is... Warden Lagarde. Oh, just look at you. Aren't you the cutest little poochie woo? He's not just a pretty face. Missile also has quite the nose for sweet things. It seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed. And it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. And perhaps it is the sweet stench of death. You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were calling moi the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you. Oh! What? Warden Lagarde is the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Oh, such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me, I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we? And equally far-fetched. This is preposterous.
Hold it!
Sadly, it's not, although I could hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points. We must trust the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden Lagarde is the killer.
Take that!
Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here's your accuser. The police dog. We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent. And it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're priceless. Really, you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in his place. It seems Judge Gavel may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key, and the scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence. However,
indeed, but it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the warden has to say for herself.
We should, and when we have, this case will finally be at an end.
You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer. How could I possibly do such a thing?
I like how this is just called, I didn't do it.
Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill them there. But how am I supposed to move the body? Especially as I never went to the prison. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check if you like, you won't find a record anywhere of me having entered or left the prison proper. I haven't the first idea what harebrained theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer.
Give me a break, Missile doesn't lie! Don't make it hard on everyone, just come clean!
Oh dear, I'm afraid you are the one making things difficult. As I just said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go and check the records.
She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her.
Oh, please, Mr. Edgeworth, stop being a big silly. You've made a boo-boo, and you know it. Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie.
Hold it!
Judge Cavell told you everything. Are you close?
Thick as thieves, darling. Why do you ask? Are you jealous?
Jealous of what?
I had to ask Warden Lagarde for a lot of information on the first day of our investigation. It seemed only right I share information in return. Oh, Verity, do you have to make it sound so awfully dry? I thought we had a lovely chat. I simply shared the truth in our conversation. It was the least I could do.
I'm not sure what's going on, but these two, they're terrifyingly formidable together. Yeah, we had a long conversation on stream yesterday about Cavell's gavel and how it doesn't make sense when she hits the ground with it unless there has to be some kind of hinge on it, which doesn't seem apparent, but whatever, I guess we'll just take it. It's such a goofy item too, a gavel with a extendable handle.
The victim died in his cell, so by your logic I would have had to kill him there.
Hold it!
The murder took place in his cell. You seem very happy to accept that.
Then why shouldn't I be? It seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. And besides, they found Knight's blood in his cell.
Yes, but that was from being struck by Mr. Carcerado. Though I needn't tell her that, I suppose. I take it there's also been no testimony to the contrary.
What does it matter? Knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway. But how am I supposed to move the body? Especially as I never went into the prison.
Hold it!
You have any evidence that she didn't enter the prison?
Please, darling, let me finish. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began.
So you were in your office the whole time, and you didn't notice anything unusual?
No, I can't say I did.
And you didn't notice anything missing?
I must confess I'm a rather messy girl. And a forgetful one at that. I put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling, a curse. I even lost some important evidence recently. It was gone. Poof. Just like that.
What? And she still has a job?
Honestly, if someone came into my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed.
It seems like I'll need more than the power of room key to expose her. But more than the power room key to expose her.
On the day of the murder, I was working in my office. Oh, and looking for something I misplaced. Even if I had a reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time. Check if you like, you won't find any record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper.
Hold it!
Sure, maybe you didn't go through the main entrance to the prison. What if you took another route?
Oh, come now, sweetie. Surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel they discovered. Why, until yesterday, I had no idea it even existed. No, you had another way in, I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. The route you took went through this location.
Take that!
Through the fence. Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him into your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. A gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gotten through the fence? The extremely high fence, topped with razor wire, with thousands of volts of electricity going through it. Yeah, how's she supposed to have gotten through that, The fence's electricity supply could be cut off from the power room. And only you had the key, Warden. None but you could have done it. Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden Lagarde was on the detention center side. How would she even have reached the power room? Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, clever puss, you've dug yourself a real hole now. If there's no record of Warden Lagarde having entered the prison proper, then the idea she could have shut off the fences by using the breaker is out of the question. Ugh! There must be some way she could have done it. Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool, you've lost everything. If I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this. Hey, I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah? No matter how you look at it, Warden Lagarde couldn't have done it alone. Mr. Edgeworth, if you could... You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. That was a reflexive objection. But now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add, if you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence. Yes, because it's not as impossible as it seems. What enabled her to shut off the breaker? She couldn't have done it alone, but what if she wasn't alone? Oh, now we're talking. Way to flex the old gray matter, kiddo. I believe that Warden Lagarde had an accomplice. Enough. You disappoint me, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean? Mr. Edgeworth said nothing wrong. The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. The ones that raise the alarm when people go where they're not supposed to go. Ah! I see you realized your error. And we are, of course, within the prison grounds, where not only the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. And despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Carcerado's escape. The only ones who are free to roam are the animals. And they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, so our accomplice must be human. Then who did it, given it cannot have been a prisoner or a guard?
Objection!
I wouldn't be so quick to rule that out either, Your Honor. The fact is, there's one person, someone whose movements weren't restricted. And I have just the evidence to show who that free-roaming person was.
Take that!
This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? Frank saw it. Warden Lagarde's favorite inmate. It's strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while. That is pretty funky, and I don't mean in a good way. I love how her pet's just licking her cheek. It couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although you are in a habit of giving such leeway to certain others. Bodhidharma Canis, for example. Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation.
Objection!
In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Sot himself?
I'm confident he'll confirm for us that he and Warden Lagarde were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them had worked together, a certain route into the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there were two big obstacles in her path. First, the security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. She was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop, by having Mr. Sot shut off the corresponding breakers.
Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun.
And? Do you still deny it, Warden Lagarde?
No, darling, you've got me. I admit it.
Warden? Tell me this isn't true.
Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it.
No way! You did it, Mr. Edgeworth, you got her! Nice shooting, cowboy! She'll be wriggling out of this now.
As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums. No, we didn't.
What?
Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity, dear. I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now. She is all merciful. You have to but confess, and you will be saved. Oh gosh, alright. I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said.
Who's he?
Bodhidharma Canis. That awful assassin.
Canis?
How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived.
This picture is so funny just because of her pet.
The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Others? Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them. Of course he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then he said one last thing. I would recommend you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you or your precious family. I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for.
Everything? Wait, is that how he became the Fixer?
Yes, darling, I obeyed his every command, and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually I brought dear sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him too.
So you were smuggling in contraband? How exactly?
Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Each one of them spritzed with a little of my perfume.
So that's what the sweet smell was.
Yes, it was a signal for Canis's dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them to his master. We had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course.
Can't have been easy keeping him from finding out.
Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to a schedule. Meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis's dog. Poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising the alarm either.
She has oversight over everything here at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail.
Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later when I got the chance. You've shared a great deal, Warden. The Goddess of Justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been the most dreadful fool, I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days. And so Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. But there was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard. So that's the secret behind the Fixer system, and why she was... The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel to my office to talk to him. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. So that's why you were interrogating Mr. Canis over and over. Exactly. I was trying to track down those horrible henchmen of his. I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted every letter he wrote. His letters. Then I suppose she must know about his correspondence chess games, too. But no matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, it's... oh, you just can't comprehend it. As you have just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The words of Warden Lagarde's Guag's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion. Surely there's no need to hound her any longer. Has she really been cleared of all suspicion, though? Or is there more about her to uncover? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet. And I think the Goddess of Justice would agree. So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has? Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even facilitated the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used that same route to move Knight's body. And where's your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? It's in the fact that the sweet smell of Knight's body is the exact same scent Warden Lagarde uses to signal delivery. What do you make of that? Well, that's because... we've done so many times by now, the whole well probably smells of it. And some of it may have just rubbed off on his body. That does match the statement that Mr. Carcerado provided. The smell, yeah, always smelled kind of nice down there. Nice. Gee, I don't know, smells sort of like dessert, I guess. Her words seemed to suggest the smell had permeated the well. Ugh! You've been rendered speechless, I see. Then I hereby move to adjourn the session of this court. No! What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? What can I do? Is this as far as we go? Finally, so we're actually done. Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. Who was that? Come on, Judge G, things were just getting good. Fender! Are you objecting to my adjourning the session? No. Would've shouted objection if I want to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn, whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean a square of chocolatey goodness. Anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, my bad. I just had a real quick request to make is all. A Simeon Saint's lawyer, that is. Ah yes, I'd forgotten you were his real lawyer, or real attorney, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here. How can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything this whole time. Right you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. Work, you say? Somehow I don't believe you worked a day in your life. Then let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? Now, amusing, but what is there left to ask? I got a feeling in my funny bone that Beefs here has something more to tell us about the killer. Do I? Yes, indeed. See, as a major player on Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I can see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans. We're all ears. Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wants to frame Mr. Canis. She did? No way! If he was convicted of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility. And where he'd be out of her hair forever, huh? Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it. No, Sage can't not be the killer. That's not fair, I was all ready to prosecute him. I know, right? Maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah? Huh, nice. Now Mr. Winter has to go along with it too. Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Of course, how could I refuse the silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you have such a way with words. Just doing my job, thief. Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell all. Verity, darling, do say you'll let me. As you wish. Court is unadjourned. I can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. Ooh, me neither. Thank you for the timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. Kay's not wrong, I've been leaning on you hard. And besides, the defense never rests, am I right? Simeon's depending on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserved cool lawyer chat there. We can't foul this up now. Which means you're up to bat, Miles McSmiles. Show him that never rest spirit. I love how he has like a million different nicknames for Edgeworth. I shall. Fabulous, then let's get started. My truth. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes? I did him the most terrible disservice. Yes, you killed him. I suppose you could put it that way. If I weren't such a sorry excuse for Warden, this would never have happened. But that's why I have to clean this up, this terrible mess. Warden Lagarde, as ever, your honesty is truly to your credit. I'm certain Mr. Knight is looking down and weeping in tears of gratitude. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man Canis.
Hold it!
You seem very confident in your assertion. Why is that? Because all the other children in my little home are absolute sweethearts. They have faith in themselves and in one another. They have faith in the gods and in me. And they work hard every day to better themselves. None of them would dare commit murder. That's a very touching reason indeed, and I don't believe a word of it. But Canis, oh, he's rotten to the core. He's the only one who'd do something like that. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Knight was being kept in a holding cell while Mr. Canis was in the prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them when they were at opposite ends of the facility? Prisons aren't as big as they seem, you know? All kinds of off things can happen. But Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. I can't imagine anything significant happening in that short space of time. Then you don't know Canis, my dear. He'll find a way, I'm sure of it. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. How can you take a disliking to somebody all the way over in the holding cells? Oh, I'm just plucking possibilities out of the air, darling. As I said, there's no telling what really went on between them. You're so awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I mind, of course.
Why is she looking at me like that?
So noble, so dashing in that marvelous suit, so clever. I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling. I really can.
No!
Stay with me, Mr. Edgeworth.
He already has a biggest fan. Her name's Oldbag. Ugh, I wasn't prepared for that mental onslaught.
But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed the poor man to death.
Hold it!
What more can you tell us about these sordid details?
Well, we all know what Canis once did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble. Especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think. Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in, anyway.
They must make some sort of report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think you don't know much about Knight.
That's because I didn't, sweetie. And the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in the chess set, don't you? Awfully grisly business. Just imagine the man probably didn't even have time to cry out.
I see. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail, if you don't mind.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day.
Ugh.
Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course we could talk about them some more. I expected Canis to use the chisel that was hidden in the chess set, don't you?
Hold it!
And which chess set would that be, precisely?
Why, the one the victim brought in, sweetie. You try to keep up. The victim was a certified chess fanatic, or so I'm led to believe. But the naughty boy snuck in a chisel inside it. Can you imagine?
How does she know about the chisel in the chess set? Only a few people were supposed to know about that. After all, we only learned about it thanks to certain deductions were made. So how did she find out?
Of course, in the hands of a killer like Canis, even a chisel could be a deadly weapon. It would have been easy work for that vile assassin.
Hold it!
You seem to have very strong feelings about Mr. Canis.
Well, of course I do. I told you what he said to me. What an absolute menace he was to interrogate. He could slither out of anything, the snake.
He sounds as tough as a rock.
And that infuriating self-satisfied look on his face when they took him back to his cell. Ugh, my blood boils just thinking about it.
Certainly don't blame her on that count.
And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened.
Hold it!
Surely you're not suggesting the dog threw the body down the well.
I told you already, darling. Canis has more dogs than that beastly creature. Remember, he has pets on the outside, too.
You mean he brought someone in from outside the prison to help him commit the crime?
Of course not, silly. He would have made it... How would they have made it through security? But he's a so-called fixer, no? Exercise that fabulous brain of yours a little. How hard would it be for him to recruit a dog on the inside, or even plant one?
Interesting. And does this dog have a name?
Well, if I knew that, my life would be much easier now, wouldn't I? Anyway, it was just a little thought. You can ponder it in your own sweet time, darling.
She's a slippery one. I'm not gonna be able to catch her with this line of questioning, it seems. Warden Lagarde's testimony is a little more than a house of cards. I just need to push her on the right statement to bring it all tumbling down.
Objection!
Warden Lagarde, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please, call me Fifi, or Sweetie Pie if you prefer.
Ugh. However, I think you have maybe been a little less careful than you realize in this instant.
Tee, aren't you the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed, we're all family here.
No! Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, don't let her get inside your head. You said earlier that you didn't know much about Knight. In which case, I find it rather strange you know about the chisel.
Well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in?
Objection!
You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. This is entirely irrelevant and you know it.
Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight would have had it with him when he arrived. What? Well, I mean, of course that, well, when Mr. Saint came in, we...
Objection!
You checked him? I find that hard to believe. Because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it there and then? Ah! Judge Gavel, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set? I did not. No one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Lagarde? Because it certainly could have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found, yet let through. Precisely, so Warden Lagarde, and answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that you... Alright, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me, alright? I questioned Knight. That was when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me, I did not kill him. One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honor. Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise. Very well. Go ahead, Warden Lagarde, and please tell the truth this time. Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her. My Truth, Part 2. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand. I made a point of talking to every newcomer in our little home. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. After we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away. The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate. So it was simply a conversation with a new detainee. That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you'd understand.
Objection!
Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, won't we? Mr. Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand.
Hold it!
So am I right in assuming you talked to Knight the night before the show? Exactly, darling. It would have been, around 3 AM on the 27th. 3 AM. That falls squarely within the window of time laid out in the autopsy report. That seems rather late for a friendly chat. Wouldn't he have been asleep? Normally, yes, but if you remember, a guard was attacked in his cell. We had to examine the scene of the crime, gather information. These things take time, sweetie. I assure you, he was wide awake. We all were. Regardless, I find it somewhat odd you would choose to question him at such a late hour. Oh, you're such a tease, aren't you? Ugh. Anyway, no matter how odd you think it is, I had him brought to me, and that's what happened. Must you really insist on questioning every last thing I say? Sorry, Phoebes, he's like a dog with a bone sometimes. I'm sure to scold him once we're done. Though, would you mind giving us a little more info? Like, where you had it brought to? My office, of course. Where else? Her office, which is where we believe the body was moved from. Would you mind appending what you just said to your testimony? See, anything for you, darling? Yes, Gavella is slamming her hammer down on the floor. Actually, according to the developer notes, they originally wanted Eustace to have a clapper in his hand that he would bring into screen that she would hit with her gavel, but they scrapped the idea. I think that would have been kind of fun. It was around 3 AM the night before the show. I had them bring him to my office.
Hold it!
Remind me where your office is. You've seen the sign in the detention center corridor, I imagine. The one that says no entry. That's it, sweetie. My office is just up there. A short walk from the holding cells. I understand you also have access to the yard. Why, of course, that's where my gorgeous little garden is. Oh, I see where you're going with this. You're saying that's how I move the body. You had the means and the opportunity. It's hardly impossible. Hardly impossible proves nothing. You have no evidence for this assertion.
Objection!
There's no other way the body could have been moved. Surely you haven't forgotten it was Mr. Saint who dropped Mr. Knight's body down the well. Yeah, what she said. You're miles off, Edgeworth. I probably shouldn't push this any further for now. I make a point of talking to every newcomer at a little home. Hey, Jimmy-chan, welcome to the stream today. Thanks for dropping by. What did you and Mr. Knight speak about? Oh, nothing much. Just some small talk, really. I asked him what animals he liked, what his hobbies were. His hobbies? Then I imagine he talked about chess. Oh yes, I couldn't stop him talking about it, in fact. He even had a piece of paper covered with little notes about it in his cell. At least I think that's what they were about. So she's seen Knight's correspondence chess diagram. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. How was he when you spoke with him? Oh, he was so open and honest, darling. What? That guy, honest? He was talking about one croissant and promoting a pawn. Or promoting a prawn. I suppose he must have been hungry. En passant and promoting a pawn. It seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away.
Hold it!
If he'd really gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today. You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? But what would my motive have been, darling? I told you I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. She really does hate Canis. Warden Lagarde, I must insist you append that statement to your testimony. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal.
Hold it!
You said you bear a grudge against only Mr. Canis, is that correct? No, I despise him. Coming into my prison thinking he can do whatever he wants. But he won't get away with it. I'll clip his wicked wings if that's the last thing I do. And that awful dog of his, it's a menace! Completely upended the peace and quiet of my home. This animation is so funny. She even hates his dog. It does seem at first glance she didn't have much of a motive to kill Knight. But she hates Canis so much she probably hates anyone who has anything to do with him. Thinking about it from that angle, the key to breaking her testimony would surely reveal itself. She likes to get to know all the peeps, huh? Pretty chummy prison warden if you ask me. Chummy? She killed the man detective. Poor guy would have been in cuffs, not to mention the neck brace. He was defenseless. Warden Lagarde was the murderer. The evidence points to that conclusion and no other.
Objection!
Judge Gavel, I'd like you to take a look at this. Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden Lagarde. But you didn't just see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Canis' cell too. What do you mean?
Objection!
Oh, come now, don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. If she wants to find out who his cronies are, right? Personally interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Canis had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You want to find out who his dogs were. And so what if I did? You also told us you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. Ugh. And then who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves use that diagram to infer a connection between the two men.
Seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Kane's henchman, sent to kill you. Which is the real reason she had that chat with the Bronxster. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. And when you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For there inside his chest set, you found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing. Canis. Then you convinced yourself Knight was working for Canis. That's why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Gavel, your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be a little room for doubt. There would be, a little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... In the name of the goddess of justice. Who is it this time? Warden? It's a joke. It's all a big, stupid joke. You people just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven it's you who didn't understand things correctly. Me? Please, darling, I understand it all perfectly well, thank you very much. And I understand there's a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this. Your Honor, the verdict.
Overruled.
I am curious to hear what the warden has to say. What? You're dull, Verity. I just have one last thing to say. Then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. You rang? Does anybody remember a certain autopsy report? Of course. We received the finalized version only this morning. That's right. And I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches. Wait. Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? No! Oh, forgive me, goddess. I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake. Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Mr. Edgeworth. What now, What do we do? It'll be fine. Mr. Edgeworth always comes through. Right, sir? Looks to me like the Milesatron's out of commission. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you. Look, detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy. But without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road. We can't give up now. We have to do something. I'm certain that Warden Lagarde is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts of the case. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there in the facility? It seems we do not have all the answers. Nor the evidence to provide those answers. Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Oh, come on, G, you're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence.
Overruled.
Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? Yeah, no, not me, nah. I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel? Confound it! This question throws everything we deduced out the window! Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to remind you that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties. It's hopeless, I can't think of anything! I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it, You can't give up now! Remember what Mr. Fender said? Simeon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody's in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it. If we can't save him, who will? What's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in a cell waiting for us to bring him some good news.
And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some. Okay. Gee, Miles, your little buddy there's quite the motivational speaker. And she's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. Now you're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simeon's counting on you. Judge Cavell. You seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I'd advise you to consider the ramifications. You repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I'll have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as prosecutor, and relieve you of your badge for good. She's right. I put forward a number of theories that proved to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait. She said my theories were misguided. Nothing to say. Then the court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby... Sir! Mr. Edgeworth! Give my verdict. That's it. I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled. The defendant, Simeon... I think it's a little soon for that, Your Honor. I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth, you may proceed. What?! I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog, Helmet, the fact he wasn't at the show. These and other facts made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first. This again, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem almost proud of your blunder.
Hold it!
But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? What if the same was true of the chisel, our purported murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with a chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel is the murder weapon. But why mislead us in the first place? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon rather than whatever was really used? Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest. What is suggested? What are you talking about, darling?
Hold it!
Mr. Winner, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think? That Mr. Canis is the killer. And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us. Oh, Mr. Canis had a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right? Indeed, that was her plan from the start. To frame Bodhidharma Canis. Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know that what I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer. I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one other thing that would prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here.
Objection!
We just find the real murder weapon.
Objection!
How many times did we go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom. Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse.
Objection!
I can still prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here inside this prison. This would have made sure of that. The security gate? I'm glad you at least remember what it is, and do you remember what it does? Of course I do, I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal, which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Precisely. If there's another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. So we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Cavell. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Edgeworth, is if you wish me to believe there is another murder weapon here in the prison, you also have to explain to me how it got here. Alright, we know the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chess set. But our contention is the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside the facility, there must have been a way to bring it in. Yes, the question of the hour is this. Please show me this alternate route. Ugh. How did the weapon Warden Lagarde use get into the prison? You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secret scoundrel to my office to talk to me. Of course, that's how. The fact that this is here with us shows us how a bladed object could have brought into the facility as well.
Take that!
Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday. Yes, it was but one of my bells. Only of two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all. And I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. As you see, there's a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As part of evidence, Warden Lagarde borrowed from the police.
What?
Mr. Canis' knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and the evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it.
The bell that was attached to the chisel.
Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel.
That can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it.
Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon, then attached the bell to it. In doing so, she made sure all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person to whom it had been entrusted. Who was it, sir? Who'd been messing with the evidence?
I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Lagarde?
Bells aren't exactly rare, you know. Anyone could have set that up.
Objection!
Unluckily for you, that isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique because there are only two of them in existence.
What?
By attaching that bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer. But you don't have any proof the knife was ever here to begin with.
Hold it!
I don't. Not yet, anyway. Mr. Winner, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away.
But if you find something, that's gonna make things awkward for me.
This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but, you know.
This worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had investigative authority, I would have been sitting on it.
Anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it.
You know full well she'll do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it.
Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence. The goddess of justice cannot bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom.
No! If we give Lagarde the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. No, I can't back down now. I gotta put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend. Only I can save Mr. Saint. And that means... even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Regardless, I cannot walk away.
Objection!
Wait, Your Honor!
This has better be good, Mr. Edgeworth.
I've got it.
Got what exactly?
The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis' knife is.
Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do. Not at all.
If I did not know better, I would say that you were bluffing.
Ha! You wound me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. This is terrible for my heart. There's no way you could... It's not here, I tell you!
Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon?
Think, Miles, think! Somewhere not even the police would search. A blind spot in the zoo. A hiding place the warden could be absolutely sure of. A hiding place. No! If you insist. Come on, Helmet, open up. Did she use the same trick? No, that's ridiculous, isn't it? But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade detection could there be? Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? There's the faintest possibility I'm right, but if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. That's right, you guys are thinking. Your Honor, this is where the real murder weapon's hidden.
Take that!
Here, in the yard.
Indeed.
I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more?
Where exactly is the real murder weapon hidden?
Take that!
Of course. That's what it must have been. Oh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator.
What? How?
The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence.
The chisel.
Didn't we just figure out that isn't the murder weapon? You may recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in the pond over there.
What? No way!
We detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Cavell, we need to know what's inside that alligator.
Understood. Then we will need to summon a veterinarian. I'm sure I can get the little sweetie to open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try.
Please, by all means. Warden Lagarde, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess?
I have nothing to confess.
As you wish, then you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed. Sir, we got it!
This has to be it.
It's over, Fifi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was Bodhidharma's Canis' knife, making you the only person to have killed Bronco Knight.
I'm not the killer here. This is all Canis' doing. I did the right thing. I was a threat. He was Canis' lapdog. Curse that despicable man, Canis. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy together if it wasn't him. He ruined my paradise on earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that pitiless butcher. That awful, terrible, despicable man. Curse him.
I love that breakdown animation. It's so, like, subtle yet not at the same time. And also ridiculous. The fact that she's wearing, like, a prisoner outfit underneath show that she's actually, like, a criminal. And the fact that her coat is all just a bunch of...
March 29th, 12:34 p.m. Detention Center. Corridor.
Prosecutor Thwinner, sir! The test results have just come back. Winner? I guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Canis' knife. It's just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like. Yes, sir. Thwinner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little. With rage. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working for Mr. Canis. It would be vital to know if Warden Lagarde was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. Huh? There's Clueless, and then there's you. Well, then I guess we better get back to our investigation. Alright, officer, you're with me. We're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action. Yes, sir. I'm with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you work. It's winning time. Hey, Vesper, welcome to the stream. I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough. Now his would-be assassin has been murdered. The Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth. In the eyes of both society and the law. How can you even say that? You do not have to believe me. However, as a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obliged to accept this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is more about than proving people guilty. That's what I believe. We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences. What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his... I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Cavell's right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience? Simeon, you're out! Hi, Regina. Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah, but I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came and said I was free to go, and that I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is. Wow, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh no, stop staring at me like that. I'm innocent, I swear, don't pull the rug out from me under now. Stop it, silly, it's true. He saved you, so say thanks already. Okay, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, thank you. And a great big Regina Berry thank you from me too. Mr. Saint talking directly to me. Small victories, I suppose. Can I just ask one question, Mr. Attorney? Sure. I'm not actually an attorney, though. I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend! I trusted him, but now... Well, it's just... I never knew. I never would have believed that he could hate someone enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me, did he? That's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you. No, he didn't. If he just told me, I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps, that he had to let go of all that stuff. Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. I should show him the thing that proves Knight trusted him.
Take that!
It's the chess set I brought for him. Knight had hidden a chisel inside.
I imagine he meant to use it to escape. What? You mean he was using me? No. He believed in you. He knew he can count on you to bring it. And you would never be so untrusting to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in his mess. No. Bronco, why did you tell me? At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He may not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you think it is. I'll try. I have to for Bronco. I have to show him I can become the best animal trainer out there. That's the spirit. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you can come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. Hey look, it's our good pal, Max Galactica. That's right, the Berry Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, we have to go. Well, I'll think about it. Alright, Simeon, we got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted. What? Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No. Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You've never met a nicer kitty cat. I can't. Please, Regina, anything but that, please. Another satisfied customer. Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talk about pulling out of the bag. I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate the case in the first place. Oh, stop it. Pat me on the back any harder, you're gonna make me blush. Or topple over. I suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously. Seriously? Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how does it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. To be an attorney. Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing right beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure. Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full time? Excuse me? You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there, actually help people. Hey pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Why not? Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days. Come on, Mr. Fender, you know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question. No, you weren't. The heck you were. Looks like you got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles. Fender, I am a prosecutor. Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. Follow my father's footsteps. Could I really do such a thing? I ain't gonna become a defense attorney just like my dad. An attorney just like my father. Me? The end. Next up, episode 3, Turnabout Legacy. Thanks to the frogs. Wasn't that case quite the ride? There were just so many twists and turns, and we didn't really get a hint of who the true culprit was until like the very last like quarter, which kind of kept us in the dark, and it made it fun, I think. And for only the second case in the game, plus a lot of fun cameos, we were introduced to a lot of the new characters, the major characters like Fender, Gavel, and Eustace. Gavel and Eustace are such interesting characters, and of course, we've only just met them, so I won't talk about them at length now, but I'll talk about them definitely as we complete the game, because it's kind of interesting to think about, like, especially if you compare Gavel with previous rival characters. Like I said before, like, she's in a position of power over Edgeworth. She is very calm and collected, and her arguments are usually pretty logically sound. And she also seems to be 2 steps ahead. But what's her goal, really? And what's her deal with Eustace, right? And then Fender as well. Like, he started off being kind of antagonistic, and then he helped us out. I think him goading Warden Lagarde into talking more about trying to pin the crime on Canis was very clever, and a good way of showing how he was useful in using his charisma to progress the plot and save Edgeworth at the end. And yet, his offer to Edgeworth about being an attorney seems to be biting at Edgeworth. You can see in this game, Edgeworth is going through a lot of character development. He doesn't know what the law means anymore. What does it mean to be a prosecutor? What does it mean to be an attorney? Like, there's so much going on here. And in the last game, we did get some character development from Edgeworth, but in this game is really where a lot of that comes out. And I think this game really cemented me as really liking Edgeworth a lot more because of all these things that he goes through. On top of that, the guard's breakdown was great, I think. The musical themes in this chapter for some of the unique characters was pretty good too. Yeah, Miles is having his midlife crisis. And I think that case was a really good introduction to what we're going to be seeing for the next cases. Because again, this was only case 2. Things are only going to get more interesting from here, and I'm so excited to share it with you. I do think it's interesting though, they never really mentioned this, and it's not really that important. And there's definitely ways I can explain it. But they never really talk about how Knight's body was able to go through the tunnel and leave Carcerado's cell, because the cell bars were still in place. How did the dog drag him through the bars? Is it really possible to drag a body through the bars? Wouldn't that mean it's possible for a live person to try to escape through the bars? I know they said the jail cells were also... they had the key bracelets on them too. And maybe Warden Lagarde could have found some time to unlock the cell at some time to kind of slip him through. And it's not really that important, but it's still something to think about, because it's something they never really addressed. You would have thought that maybe Gavel would have addressed it at some point. It's not really that important. And especially me, having played this game before, going through that case a second time, after so many years, really helps me put a new light on it, I think. And I'll talk about that more when we finish this game. A lot of these cases from both these games, usually when I play an Ace Attorney game, I don't usually go back and replay it, because I already know the story. But having the excuse to go back and play it again on stream, and especially going through it with a fine-tooth comb because I'm reading everything out loud instead of skipping through text, means I get to pay attention to a lot of things I maybe didn't notice the first time, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it too. I'm glad you guys are... if you're new to the series, I'm glad you guys have been taken back by all the plot twists. And if you guys have enjoyed it before, I'm glad you guys are reliving it here with me as well. I feel like there's more I was gonna say, but... yeah. I'm glad I broke this case into 2 streams. Again, my original plan was to do it all in 1 stream, and that definitely would not have worked out. The rest of the cases in this game, I'm gonna also try to do in 2 streams each, but they are longer than this one. So we might have to do like 2 5-hour streams or something like that, which I don't really mind doing. It was actually pretty fun doing the voices for the characters as well, especially characters that have a really defined personality, like Lagarde, for example, or like Frank, I guess, were kind of fun to do when you have like cartoony characters. You can really exaggerate with your voice, and it's just kind of fun, even though I know I'm not a professional at it, but it is a good time. Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it as well. I feel like I had more to say about that case, but maybe I should just save it for when we're further through the game. Yeah. Thanks so much for coming by, everyone. I really appreciate it. Hope you guys had a good time. Let's find someone to raid. Oh, Kieran's streaming. He's streaming some Honkai. Okay, let's go check up on Kieran. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Turnabout Legacy. Thanks so much for watching, guys, and take care. Bye, Froggy friends.